All right. All right. Actually, live exactly on time. Hey, yo. What is this? Oh. Turtle Bear. Is she on right now? Hello, Midoriya. Get Goliath too, would you? There you go, Lonnie. Alright, let's finish that fucking start stream process. Alright, and a couple of streamers for y'all to check out. Some pretty cool cats. Milady Turtle Bear. She's a sweetheart. This here's my boy, the Digital Hazard. He's just cool peoples. Should check them two out. Absolutely. Now, what you want to talk about today? Give me a topic, motherfuckers. Midoriya, I know you're here, and I know you're paying attention. Give me a topic, bitch. Come on now. The Mystic Wolf. I absolutely do. I 100% believe in the possibility of extraterrestrial life, and there's a variety of reasons for that. And I've actually kind of dug into this on my streams before. I don't know if you've been here for discussions, but one of the biggest reasons that I believe in extraterrestrial life is this. We live on a plane of reality that is consistently expanding according to our current understanding of science and scientific knowledge. All right? We know the universe is multiple billions of years old. I think current scientific evidence, I think, says somewhere around like 20 to 60 billion years old at a minimum. We know that there are, just due to the law of averages, if nothing else, dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of planets throughout the universe that would be capable to some degree of housing life like ours. We know all these things. These are all, according to current scientific understanding, scientific facts. So, the chances that other life exists throughout the galaxy are incredibly small. Like, about small enough that the chance might as well not exist. Then the question becomes, what kind of life exists on other planets? And that's where things take an interesting turn. Because here's the thing. It is stupid, at best, to think that any other life or life forms throughout the galaxy will conform to life forms like what we have on Earth. It's just a retarded idea to think that way. Matter of fact, I'll push this one further. Buddy of mine introduced me to this theory, or this set of theories, talking about like the possibility of life on other planets or throughout the universe, etc., 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 etc. Now, he's a scientist. I understand that he has to go by like the factual evidence he's presented, all that jazz. I get that. But there's a difference between going based on the evidence and a difference between having an open mind. And I'm saying this as a preface to these comments because my friend, unfortunately, is a very close-minded individual. I love the guy to death. I think he's cool. And he's a great guy. But on some topics, he is incredibly close-minded. Because I've had these discussions with this guy. We've sat and we've talked about it. And he sent me these YouTube videos about these two theories about alien life. And essentially what they were saying was either A, alien life exists, but it ain't much, and they're all hiding from each other because, you know, they're all warlike and competitive and this, that, and the other goddamn thing. And basically, the theories stated that if alien life exists, and it said if, not that it does, it said if alien life exists in the universe, that basically they are just an alternative form of humanity. They think like us, they act like us, they're built like us, physiologically they're like us, etc., 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 etc. I disagree with that. And here's why I disagree. And again, I have talked about this on stream before. I believe that the chances that any and or all alien life throughout the course of the universe being anything remotely like humanity are actually pretty fucking small. First off, there's too many planets on this plane of existence right now with too many different atmospheres and everything else for alien life, like all alien life, or even a large portion of it, to be remotely like humanity. I also look at it like this. Whether or not the Milky Way galaxy, our galaxy, is currently the center of the universe or not, and I don't believe it is, I believe that we're on the younger side of things when it comes to universal age and our position in the universe. It's personal belief. Don't ask you to agree with me or disagree. Personal belief. Point is, whether or not we're the center of the universe or not, there are areas of this universe which are billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of years old. We're talking planets and areas that likely developed life before anywhere else. Therefore, their civilization is bound to be incredibly old and incredibly advanced. Did they go through stages like where humanity is at right now with the constant fighting and competition and all that? Oh, absolutely. I believe they probably did. I believe that that's a necessary part for any civilization, any sentient life forms to have to go through as their species evolves and becomes bigger and better and you know, smarter and all that. I believe that a period exists in every sentient species history where they were basically warlike, tyrannical dictators. They were constantly fighting and killing and all this other shit. Because you have to go through that to become better than you were. That's my feeling on the matter. But the eldest of alien species in the universe are going to be incredibly advanced. Their knowledge of science and their technological capabilities are going to be far superior to humanity's. And this is another point of contention between my buddy and I on this subject. This is probably our biggest point of contention. He doesn't believe that there's a way to travel as fast as, if not faster, than the speed of light. You know, and it doesn't matter what you call it. You can call it faster than light speed. You call it warp speed. You could call it hyperspace. You can call it whatever you want to call it. A lot of different things in media have, you know, that are sci-fi and space-based have a lot of different names for being able to travel as fast as, if not faster than, the speed of light. I believe personally that not only is it possible, but I believe that there are alien species in the universe that have developed the technology to do so. And this is a huge bone of contention because, like I said, my buddy aspires to these theories where essentially, because he thinks they're well proven, they're not. I fucking listen to the theories, they're horseshit. I don't understand how they could be considered to have any scientific relevance. And I'm not even a scientist. I have the barest fucking understand the necessary scientific disciplines involved in how these theories were created to be able to understand them. And even I know that the theories were fucking horseshit. Because the theories were predicated on the assumption that alien species throughout the universe are basically at where we are scientifically and technologically, that they think like us, they act like us, they talk like us, they do things like we do, their technology is the same level, their scientific level of understanding is where ours is. It was all predicated on the assumption that any alien species in the universe that might exist would be just a different type of humanity. Which, as I explained, is a massive falsehood assumption. Because, again, we're going to have alien species that are old as fuck. Like, we're talking almost as old as the universe itself. Alright? That old. They can't be older than the universe. They can't be as old as the universe. That's just not... unless there was a species that was born during the Big Bang, when the Big Bang started, there's no way in hell that any species of life in this galaxy, or in this universe, is going to be as old, literally, as the universe itself is. Scientifically, it makes zero sense for that to be true. So there is no species that is older and no species that would be as old as our universe, our plane of reality. But there are going to be species who are close to being as old as the entire universe. And those are species whose levels of scientific understanding and their technological capabilities are going to be so far beyond humanity's that we couldn't even begin to imagine it in our wildest dreams. And these are the species throughout the universe that I believe have what would essentially be considered a form of faster than light travel. I appreciate the biddies there, Turtle Bear. How you doing, darling? But here's another interesting bit to this entire debate. Most people assume that any alien species that do exist, and again, I'm a strong believer that they do, are going to be similar physiologically to ours. CO2, oxygen, combination breathers, etc. I don't believe that to be truth at all. I sincerely don't. In point of fact, due to the vast size of the universe, the law of averages, and the obvious wide variety and array of planets and habitats on those planets, I take the approach that Star Trek takes and that Star Wars takes, that there will be a wide variety of different alien species out there for us to meet, should humanity survive long enough to do so. I believe that they will come in all shapes, all sizes, all physiologies, that there will be some who survive in the most corrosive possible atmospheres and habitats, some who survive in habitats of methane, what we call mustard gas, etc. That life itself will not and is not limited to life forms like humanity or other plants and animal species on the planet Earth. I don't believe that life is limited in that fashion. Now, am I right? I don't know. A lot of this is speculation based on available data. It's opinions. But based on our current level of scientific understanding combined with the currently available data on which with which we have to form any sort of an opinion, I do believe that I am correct. Now, to answer Midoriya's second question, do I believe we could colonize the moon? Right now, I don't know for sure, but I'd have to say doubtful. I believe that at least the basis for the technology necessary to terraform and thus colonize the moon, I believe it exists. I believe the start of it is there. How far along it is, I don't know. There's a lot of secrets that world governments hide from the people. I'm one of those individuals that believe that they are hiding advanced alien technology, that they have either deconstructed to figure out how it works so that they can make their own version, or are working on doing so, or a combination of both. I believe that to be true. I have no evidence whatsoever to back up that particular belief. People will point out, well, things like, well, Area 51 and this and that and the other goddamn thing. To be perfectly honest, we don't really have any concrete, solid evidence, honestly, either way, to prove that any single person or group of people or government on the planet has gotten their hands on alien technologies. We just don't fucking know. That said, I strongly believe that there have been alien ships that have crashed on the planet. I believe at least a few of the world governments have gotten their hands on that technology and have begun the process, if not finished the process, of reverse engineering. That was the term I was looking for earlier. The technology involved in those ships and with those aliens. But I believe that were we to find out the extent of just how far behind we are, it would create some pretty massive problems across the face of the planet. I don't think humanity is necessarily, as a whole, ready to discover alien life. I don't think we're ready to discover alien technology and alien physiology. We're just not ready as a species as a whole. But I think we're on the path. And I think one of the first major milestones to show that we've really gone a long way towards being ready will end up being our ability to start colonizing other planets and planetoids in our own galaxy. The moon, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, Mars, all of these different places. We have currently 9 known planets for sure in our solar system. There has been recent talk about the discovery of a 10th and possibly 11th planet in this solar system alone. Our solar system is just a small part of our larger galaxy, which is a small part of the overall universe. So, could we? Right now, I don't believe so. Not based on what I know our technological capabilities currently are. At least publicly. A lot of whether we could actually do it right now, again, is, and this is why I talked about this just a few minutes ago. A lot of it depends on what our technological capabilities are that the governments of the world have access to. And whether or not they have technologies which could allow for that colonization to end up occurring. Because, again, there's probably a huge difference between the technology we're allowed to know publicly versus the technology that the government keeps as secret as they can manage. Like, I'm going to give you an example. And this has happened multiple times since the invention of the automotive. Multiple people have invented engines that don't run on gas. Hell, one dude invented an engine that ran on literal tap water. You could go anywhere, fill the engine with water, and it ran. And not only did it ran for a long fucking time. You got hella gas mileage out of it. Like, this dude took a car built around that engine from coast to coast and only went through, I think, like 2 gallons of water. Went from one coast to the other coast of the U.S. on like 2 gallons of water. Maybe a little more than that. But because of Big Oil and other members of the ultra rich and that have huge stakes in the automotive industry, but mostly Big Oil, the guy who invented that engine mysteriously disappeared, and then I believe that a lot of the people that invented these kinds of engines have mysteriously disappeared. Most have turned up mysteriously dead under very questionable circumstances at best. And the technologies were taken along with any and all paperwork that was related to it that was found, and they were hidden by whatever government that person lived under. The U.S. government alone has done this at least once or twice. I know once for sure. Possibility it's been more than once. That's why I say that I believe that there is a difference, a huge gulf of difference between the technology that we are allowed to publicly know exists on a regular basis versus technologies that the government has access to that they don't want anybody to know about for whatever reason. And I believe that they possibly have technological access that would potentially allow for at least the beginning of the colonization of the moon right here, right now. So that is a great question, Mid. Can we colonize the moon is a fantastic question. The problem is that we really can't give a solid answer because we know that our governments are hiding a lot of shit from us. And we don't know exactly what they're hiding. We only have the most marginalistic idea of what they might potentially be hiding from us when it comes to technology. And that's a problem.
Good afternoon.
Like, that is a huge problem. There's a lot of questions that people ask that cannot be
Can you tell
given
me where Armand Kristoff is hiding?
full, proper answers.
Have you seen Armand Kristoff?
No sign of it. Have you seen Armand
Because we don't have full access to information.
I'm so happy. Thank you. He They say... Yes?
That could give us answers that we
Blessings
need.
of Mystara upon ye.
Have you seen Armand Kristoff?
You have my ear, citizen.
Hello, ship bro.
Hello.
What do you want? Bye.
How are you today? One more coin. Take your time. Well, isn't that... I appreciate the gesture. Every little that will ever see. Was that hard?
Thank you, Cup.
You mean the holy hermit of Anvil? No one knows where he comes from, but they say he has the true word. I'd love to go hear him preach. Rasan is a talented smith. One of the best around, if you ask me.
Well, that didn't
Blessings
fucking
of
help.
Akatosh upon ye.
Alright, well, I know there's a member of the Thieves Guild here. He's one of our fences.
Tidings, citizen.
May the wind be on your back. Have you heard that Arentus Falvius can summon creatures? Seems an odd skill for a priest. Be seeing you. I'm really tired. Did you ever hear about the ghost of Lord Vlindrel? They say he haunts the road to Coral. Not that I've ever seen him myself, mind you. What do you want? I can handle... Shadow hide you.
Okay.
Can you tell me where Armand Kristoff is hiding? Get your Black Horse Courier hit. One copy of the...
What do you want? Farewell.
Have you seen Armand Kristoff?
If you've got to travel, by the 9 Divines, stay on the roads. The wilderness just isn't safe anymore. We've had sightings, you see. The Daedra.
Interesting. Heard any news from the other provinces?
Nothing I'd like to talk about.
Bye. Can you tell me where Armand Christophe is hiding?
Have you seen our... What do you want? Never compromise. Truth is, the Legion doesn't know who was behind the Emperor's murder. You know where the... Then you... Can you tell me where Armand Christophe is hiding?
Thank goodness I found you. I assume you know that Hieronymus Lex has issued an arrest warrant for Armand Christophe. He is in hiding. Armand is accused of stealing the bust of Lathasa Indaris from Shadenhall. They say Count Indaris himself filed the charges. There never was a client that commissioned the guild to steal Lathasa's bust. Armand used you to flush out an informant that infiltrated the guild. Mivrina Arano. Now Armand needs your help to neutralize her. You are going to pin the theft of the bust on Mivrina. She lives in the waterfront. Plant the bust in her cupboard. Make sure she doesn't see you. Then go tell Hieronymus Lex that she is the thief. He probably won't believe you, so you may have to persuade him. Hopefully, he will at least go and check it out. Nobody really knows who he is. He's always hiding under that weird cowl. Kinda spooky if you ask me.
I'd like to know who that
is.
is.
Captain of the Imperial Watch. I heard the Grey Fox personally humiliated Lex years. Shadow hide you.
Well, that was fucking easy.
What do you... You know where the Your credibility is suspect. Go ahead. See? Was that hard? You know where the bust... Are you sure? I don't believe you. Can you tell me where Armand Christophe is hiding?
No, sir. Please don't hurt
Looks
me.
like you're handy with a blade. My name is... I'll get mine. If you need light armor, talk to me. Shadow hide you.
Not now. This citizen is accusing you of stealing the bust of Lathasa from Cheydinhal. I even found the bust in your cabinet. What do you have to say?
Fool. You've just exposed me to the Thieves Guild. That citizen is actually the guild member that was hired to do the theft.
Regrettably, I have no further use for you. If what I heard is true, you are the thief. If what you say is true, the Grey Fox knows you are my informant. Either way, it's over. You didn't really think I'd trust the likes of you for very long.
But I've been loyal to you. I've reported everything that Armand has done. You can't just toss me aside like a soiled cloth.
Yes, I can. You are under arrest for the theft of the bust of Lathasa Indaris, Countess of Cheydinhal. Come with me. This is a
Well met. Good evening. Have you heard about the batch? They say that Deirdre came from Oblivion and burned the whole city to the ground. With your help, I uncovered the informant that had compromised the Thieves Guild. I know I used you in this matter with the Lathasa's bust, but I couldn't be certain that you weren't working with Mivrina. Here's the reward you were promised. Even though the bust is gone, you've earned it. I'm also promoting you to the guild rank of Bandit, which will let you use Darji of Leowin as your fence. Good work.
Hey, 230 fucking bits coming in hot. I appreciate the shit out of that. That puts Midoriya at 431 for the month, but you only get one tier 2 a month. See, I reached Bandit Thieves Guild trophy. I reached Bandit rank in the Thieves Guild. Total trophy progress is 7%.
We don't talk about him in public. The Thieves Guild follows the Grey Fox. However, we make sure that most folks think he is just a myth. You can pay your... It's your... Sadly, I don't have anything for you. I only work with the less experienced guild members. You should go see Skriva in Brazil.
And it's appreciated.
You can find her at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. I wouldn't recommend bothering her at home, unless the door is unlocked.
It's a start.
Shadow Height.
We'll just have to wait and see what next month's payout looks like. Bookball's in chat.
Ah, you are the new thief. I am your new doyen.
What you want,
The village
Midoriya?
perhaps presents little scope for an ambitious member of our guild. Perhaps you may find the castle entertaining. Little else. I have a special request from the widow of a former fence in Leowin. As your new doyen, I am asking you to help her. A street scavenger made off with a ring that the widow Adarji values highly. She is offering a reward. The guild frowns on freelance thieves. Are you willing to go to Leowin, find the ring, and get it back to Adarji?
Alright, that puts you at... God damn it, Midoriya. Trying to do calculations here. 474, but that's not gonna matter because now there's God, I don't know how many that is. How many is that? Motherfucker. I'm looking for the number, Midoriya. Says 585 currently.
This is good. Go to Leowin, speak with Adarji, and help her find her ring. Good hunting.
See, Leowin. Where was Leowin? Leowin. That's Shidranol, Bruma, Chorol, Skingrad, Kvetch, Anvil. Where's Leowin? I appreciate appreciation. Because I'm awesome. Sometimes. And sometimes I'm educational. Awesome, bro! What up, dude? Okay, next house over. I farted. It felt good.
It looks thievy to the... Why does the prey approach me? Yes, a filthy Argonian stole my precious ring. It was a gift from my mate. It has sentimental value. I will pay well. The stupid lizard hunts with the name Amusai. Find him. Find my ring. Make him suffer. Kill him. And I will be pleased.
It's going so far.
Stupid guild rules. He's only an Argonian. He's less than human. And much less than Kashi. If you must spare him, at least make him suffer.
If I know you're here and I know you're a real person, you get a shout out. That's how it works in my channel.
Good to see
Swift
you.
hunting.
Are you looking for a fen? Want to hear a... Why do Khajiit? To get the taste of Khajiit cooking, out a real thigh slapper, that one.
That was really dumb.
Shadow hide you.
Why do Khajiit lick their own butts to get the taste of Khajiit cooking out of their mouth? The fuck? That was fucking retarded.
Excuse me, my lord. Excuse me, my lord.
Scriva. Oh, I need to make this the active quest. That's what the problem is.
Hello.
I'm only asking for enough to feed me. The poor bugger was arrested. Seems he tried to swindle the Countess. He's rotting in a cell in the castle dungeon now. It's common knowledge that the jailers can be bribed to allow visitors to see prisoners. She lives on the west side of town. She's fond of the Three Sisters Lodge in the evening. Thank you. Blessings of Anu upon...
All right. God damn it. Some bitch. Alright, hang tight.
Hello.
You're not supposed... Yeah, we got him here. Argonians aren't allowed visitors, though. Amusai, you say? I thought you wanted to see Amuday. He's off limits. Amusai, though, is just down the hall. I have to get back to work now.
The thieves, what do you want? The Thieves Guild refused to take me, so I came here. Leyawen is my home. It's where I was raised. I went to the Imperial City in hopes of joining the Thieves Guild. Now, I'm forced to live as a freelance thief. Why should I tell you where it is? Here I sit in Leyawen's dungeon while you are free. What will you do for Amusai if I tell you? You do that for me? Maybe you... Well, what are you... Go ahead. Leave me to rot in here.
Luckily, I have lockpicks, just not on my person. Been using that skeleton key. I haven't needed to keep lockpicks on me. Skeleton key is a huge help.
Sounds like the Empire has given up on stopping the scuba trade in ElderScrolls. And I hear the tribal chiefs are supporting the Renredra Kryn. That scuba trade is bad business. And the Renredra Kryn are just a bunch of thugs. Safe travels. Be seen.
Just in case something fucking happens. Alright, I gotta go to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be back shortly. Hang tight. Ugh. Whew.
Greetings.
Ugh.
You're not supposed to... I don't think it would be appropriate for me to talk about... I have to get back to work now.
Ah, the Thieves Guild. What do you... You do that? Sunlit showed me an inscription on the inside. To Alicia. That had to be the Countess of Leowin. The damn ring was stolen property. Well, I figured I would ransom it back to the Countess. Except, she tricked me. I was arrested for theft, and she kept the ring. The Countess rarely leaves the castle. Good luck getting it back. I owe you a debt of gratitude.
How do you do? Savi, Count's Major. I don't think it... I have been... Lady Alicia... A cure? Such a... The Gilded... All right. That's for me. Thanks. The Countess is very happy to have her ring back. I don't think she had... Mornings she's at the town chapel. At the castle she hosts the evening meal. She travels to Coral on the Ides of every month. Don't even try to find... Bye.
Hey, hi there. The dividing line is a good place to buy a shot glass.
Oh, hello.
Safe
I try
travels.
not to talk to
Good
him.
day.
I don't...
I am Ladora Mothra, Lady Leowin's chap. I assist her. I don't think I like that Lady... Leo, however, I've heard that... I think I hear Milady calling.
I'm listening.
Welcome to Leowin. I'm Alicia Caro, and I have the honor to be the wife of the Count, Marius Caro. In these difficult times, we all profit by your lawful pursuit of the unlawful, and we encourage you to attack, burn, loot, and destroy them wherever you can. If Countess Coral is any example, dignity and piety may indeed bring rich rewards from the Nine. We'll see how that will get you something. Yes, after all these years, I have my ring back. I wear it all the time now. Of course not when I sleep. I am a proper lady after all. Goodbye. Farewell.
How goes the battle?
How can I help you?
Have you seen the Durrans recently? They're always bickering with one another.
They argue a lot, but that's just their way. Hello there. I don't think they're ever really angry with one another.
Take care.
Take care.
So what? My block went down.
How are you? What?
You look lost.
Ah, the thieves. What do you... You do that? Sat showed me, well, the countess. I owe you a debt of gratitude.
You look lost.
They disappear into the swamps and are never seen again.
Welcome to... I don't answer... What... In the... We all... Go ahead. Every little bit helps. I don't... Yes, every little bit helps. I don't... For you, but that will get you something. I don't... For you, every little bit helps. See? Was that hard? Yes. Of course not. Yes. Of course not when I... Goodbye.
Yes. Have you heard any word about the other
Farewell.
provinces? They say syndicates of wizards
I see.
have led a boycott of Imperial... Good. It seems Somerset Island is a much more dangerous place. Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Have pity, sir. I got nothing to eat. My children... So, Alicia Caro has recovered her ring. And now you want to know where she keeps it so you can steal it back. My pockets are a little light. I don't know where she keeps the ring, but I know who does. Talk to Ladara Mothril, the Countess's handmaiden. She eats dinner in the castle at the 8th bell. You may have to sweet-talk her, but you should know that there are other secrets in that castle. I've heard of a hidden torture chamber. They say the Count Marius interrogates Argonian immigrants from Blackmarsh. The servants whisper that the Argonians are dragged into the basement and never seen again. You should stay out of there just in case.
That doesn't sound right,
Count
now
Leon
does it?
created a new order of knights, the White Stallion, for the ones who defeated Black Brugo. Blessings of Stendar upon ye.
Alright, I don't have, I don't think it... I might have enough to bribe the bitch.
How do you do?
How are you today?
You're in good... I am Lador. I assist her. Yes. That will get you something. Shh! It's dangerous to be heard talking about that. The Countess has a secret passage somewhere in the basement that leads to her private quarters. That's where the torture chamber is. Sometimes I can hear the screams of the prisoners when I'm in my chambers. Leowyn is in a state of transition. It has long been a respected county. However, Leowyn must move toward the mainstream of it. Count Leowyn placed a bounty on the heads of the...
Yes, he did.
Countess Caro is so relieved to have the ring back. It's been missing for many years. She wears it constantly. Not all the time. I mean, she puts it in her jewelry box for baths and at night. No proper lady would wear her jewelry to bed. Morning, she's at the town chapel. At the castle, she hosts the evening meal at 8. She retires sometime after 11. She travels to Coral on the Ides of every... Please, go on. I think I hear Milady calling. Oh, my! Are you an adventurer?
Voice actors who are everywhere, things we do every day that have crazy... That people are pulling insane... My name is Emily, and I'm 28 years old. I've always been the kind of person who tries to do right by my family, even when it comes at my own expense. Maybe it's because I was raised to believe that family sticks together no matter what. Or maybe it's because, deep down, I thought if I kept helping them, they'd eventually appreciate me. Spoiler alert, they didn't. For the past few years, I've been letting my younger cousin, Lisa, live in my house rent-free. Lisa is 23, and if I had to describe her in one word, it would be tough. Like an expectation of kindness. If you give her something once, she'll assume she deserves it forever. At first, I didn't think much of it. Lisa
Make some halfway fucking decent money off of that.
She told me she just needed a few months to get on her feet. And, well, I had a spare room, so why not? I wasn't struggling financially, and I figured I could help her out. That's what family does, right? When a few months turned into a year, then another, Lisa made no real effort to find a steady job. She worked part-time here and there, mostly for spending money, but she never contributed a single cent to rent, utilities, or even groceries. And the worst part, she never even acted grateful. No, thank you. No offers to help around the house. Nothing. If I so much as asked her to do the dishes, she'd groan and roll her eyes like I was being unreasonable. At first, I let it slide. I told myself she was just immature, that she'd grow out of it. But little things started adding up. Like the time I came home after a 10-hour shift to find her sitting on the couch, surrounded by takeout containers from my favorite restaurant, food I had been saving for myself. When I asked her about it, she just shrugged. I thought you might mind, she said. By the time she borrowed my car without asking and returned it with an empty gas tank, only to get annoyed when I told her she had to fill it up next time. Jeez, it's not like I'm broke or anything, she huffed. And don't even get me started on how she treated my house like a free area. She'd invite her friends over without telling me, and I'd wake up to strangers lounging in my living room.
That's gotta be a door.
Rummaging through my fridge at 2 a.m. like he was the one paying for groceries. I should have pulled my foot down sooner. I know that now. But the thing is, my family wasn't exactly on my side. Anytime I so much as hinted that Lisa should start paying for something, my aunt, her mom, backed me up with the usually untrue, "Oh, sweetie, she's still so young. She's got 4 days to get started these days. You have a good job, don't you? What's a little kindness?" And why was that? Lisa looks unfaithful to Emily. If you kick her out, she'll feel so abandoned. Even my mom, usually pretty reasonable, would say things like, "Just be patient with her." You know how she is. She doesn't mean to take advantage of you, but she did. The guy that got the video, it was my uncle, one relative who actually had a backbone, who sent it to me. The video was taken at some party Lisa had gone to. In it, she was sitting with her all of her friends, all laughing. And what she said made me
Gotta
so
try to
nervous.
move slowly.
My God, she's so dumb. Lisa was kidding. She's been letting me live there for years for free. I don't pay for anything. She's too much of a pushover to ever kick me out. Like, she actually
Pokeballs in chat, folks.
Greetings, Redguard.
Why does the hunter have this? Amusai tried to sell it to Alicia Carroll? Ah, stupid lizard. Adarji used his ring much more wisely. I use it to collect and sell information. That ring can be used to read private messages the Count writes. Get me that ring. Steal it from Alicia Caro if necessary. Just bring me the ring. I will pay double. Does the hunter have this one's ring? My ring. All thanks to the claws of the clan mother. You have recovered it. Is that slimy Argonian dead? Did he suffer long? I hope so. You have earned the reward. The thief's skill was always good to Adarji's dearest mate. I am grateful that the memory is still honored. Swift hunting.
Greetings, Redguard.
You have reached. Good work. You are truly an asset. I am promoting you to Prowler.
Ah, Prowler, Thieves Guild, trophy earned. I reached the Prowler rank in the Thieves Guild. Total trophy progress, 8%.
He is the greatest of all thieves. I have heard it said that he stole his gray cowl from Nocturnal herself. I have a small problem that you may be able to help with. The guild will even pay a reward. That buffoon, Hieronymus Lex, has invaded the Imperial City waterfront. Imperial watch guards from all over the city prowl the streets.
It was pretty bad the last time I was there.
To leave until the Gray Fox is in custody. The Fox is safe, but the Thieves Guild cannot do business like this. The poor of the waterfront are kindred to the Gray Fox and will not betray him. However, cubs soon get hungry. Soon someone will break. Many guild members could be jailed. Find Methridil in the Imperial City. She is coordinating the guild's response. Shadowhide the Hunter. Amus. I don't know much about each night. If you're first, third. The best, however. I've sighted the forlorn watchman again. He is the... Well, Vil. What do you want? The Doyen. This one is... What do you want? You're kidding. Everybody knows Nocturnal. She is the Daedra Lord of Shadows, the Mistress of Mystery, the Saint of Suspicion. Thieves Guild members revere and respect her power and influence. We give her blessing with the phrase, "May Shadow hide you." Shadowhide the Hunter.
My boss called me and you're fired. No projects and office space on the side. Goodbye. I was at home with COVID at the time and replied, okay, but she replied, what do you mean? I laughed out loud because the projects she reassigned were actually the phone's harsh rain jolted me from feverish sleep.
Alright, we're going to take a break on that. Think it's time to go make an attempt to finish the Forlorn Watchman quest once more?
What can you tell me?
I have an arrest warrant for the Gray Fox. Do you know where he is? You look like a bright one. Greetings.
Hello there. Do you know Jantus Bro? I'm really... You hear about Zorunda? He was caught... Yeah, my favorite customer. What do you got? I think... That... You've made a good bit... I'm glad that Shadow hide you.
Now, I don't know if I'm in a position to complete the Forlorn Watchman. And Ghoster. Pretty fucking strong. But I'm going to make an attempt at it.
I'm looking for the Grey Fox. What can you tell me?
Who's this?
5 of the night. Carry on.
Oh, I missed the Pokemon catch attempt. Oh well. Cool. I'm gonna make some money.
Carry on, soldier.
Actually, now that I think about it, let's make this quick.
Carry on, soldier. No sign of the great...
Hello, it is good. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. That's more than I'd usually pay. You're trying to drive me out of business. That's more than I'd usually pay.
Pokeballs in chat, folks.
You got a great deal there. You drive a hard bargain.
Look at that cash flow fucking go!
You got a great deal there. A fine transaction. You...
Keeping the invisibility potions. Except for that one. The damage to health and magicka is not... Well... Yeah, fuck it, I'll keep it. Keep that reflect damage. I don't much care about disease resistance. It's more about disease curing.
You drive a hard bargain.
Resist paralysis.
Fine transaction.
Look at that fucking money go.
You gotta... That seems... You... That... That's more...
Not worth keeping because it casts the spell on me.
Price.
That could come in handy against those fucking ghosts I gotta go beat the shit out of at,
Let's hear it.
What's going on with you?
Hello.
at the place I gotta go for this quest.
Greetings.
Whatever you... I offer the finest goods... You bought that. You're a fine negotiator. Come back and take care.
The Grey Fox is hiding nearby. What do you know about it?
I'm looking for the Grey Fox. What can you tell me?
You look like a price saver.
How do you do?
Both Theo from the Arcane University.
It's you.
Hello, it is good to see you again. They offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. That's a good deal. You drive on. A pleasure to... Please, return soon. It's always a pleasure.
Grey Fox is hiding nearby. What do you know about him?
I have an arrest warrant for the Gray Fox. Do you know where he is?
I'm
Carry
looking
on,
for the
soldier.
Grey Fox. What can you tell me?
The Gray Fox is hiding nearby. What do you know about him?
Hey, Blue!
You need something special? Check out my wares. You won't find this stuff at your local general store, that's... Knowledge is power. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. I let that go too cheaply. Thank you. Come. Walk always in the shadow of Sithis.
I have an arrest warrant for the Grey Fox.
Arrest warrant for the Grey Fox. Do you know where he is? No sign of the Grey Fox, sir. Carry on, soldier. Warrant for the Grey Fox. Do you know where he is?
Greetings, Redguard. It's my... Oh, the arena's faked. You think those guys are getting killed? You too.
Oh, so this is where this shit goes. Cool.
What is it, Sarah? What can I... You don't have... You can't be... You too.
How can I be of service? A pleasure.
Greetings, Redguard.
There's this crack. Oh, there it is. See, I knew there was that crack in the side of the goddamn thing. Alright, so I am not in a position to be trying to fuck around. Well, Pokeball's in the chat.
They say the Daedra came from Oblivion and burned the whole city to the ground. Go ahead, please. Of course.
It's you. Hi.
You too. It's not cheap. It's probably the finest inn in all. Hello, my. It is. Did you hear that someone broke into an Imperial Legion post?
Yeah, that someone was me, bub.
Interest you in some of my wares? An excellent bargain.
Tell your friends about me.
Please return soon. It's all.
Fresh game.
Fight well. It's not for Burr. I know that... What can I... I appreciate...
All right, bathroom and coffee. Be right back. All right, took a little bit longer than I anticipated. Sorry about that. I am going to once again attempt to get through this place. I've kind of figured out the second part of that, or the first part of that. I didn't know about the silver, though. There weren't a lot of fucking ghosts in here last time I was here. Not that I remember. It was mostly skeletons or fucking, zombies. Luckily, I've got some magic weapons. This is the one I want.
No sign of the Gray Fox, sir. Carry on, soldier. The Gray Fox is hiding nearby. What do you know about it?
I'm looking for the Gray Fox. What can you tell me? The Grey Fox is hiding nearby. What do you know about it?
I have an arrest warrant for the Gray Fox.
Would explain why I'm currently having so much goddamn trouble doing that boat quest thing. But I kind of figured as much.
A pleasure to serve you. Please return soon. It's always.
Oh, shit. Get the fuck off of me. Jackass. Pokeballs in chat. Hey, Margarita. I don't need that fucking lockpick on me. I definitely need better fucking gear. So at least gives me a chance to work on my destruction magic, which I have been needing to fucking do.
was just struggling financially. Emily had called me exactly twice during her entire enrollment. Once to complain about her roommate and once to ask if I could lend her money for textbooks. I transferred $500 to her account, money that had technically come from the Foundation's emergency student fund. Thanks, sis, she said. I promise I'll pay you back once I graduate and get a real job. A real job. As if the enterprise I built from scratch wasn't real enough. Now sitting in my driveway, I look to my modest house with new eyes. Tomorrow, the carefully constructed walls between my two walls would finally come down. Emily and Dad would learn exactly how to make a whole child success story. My phone buzzed with a text from Dean Morrison, final donor recognition list approved. Are you ready for this? I typed back quickly. More ready than I'll ever be. The next morning arrived with unexpected rain, drumming against my bedroom window as I prepared for what would become the most important day of my adult life. I barely slept, running through every possible scenario in my mind. By 7130, I was dressed in my best bathing suit, the one I'd worn to David's funeral and every major board meeting since. The university's main conference room buzzed with anticipation when I arrived. Today's gathering wasn't just about celebrating yesterday's graduates. It was the annual
Shit! I forgot to switch over my weapon. Whew, that got kind of hairy. I didn't pay as much attention there as I should have right off the bat.
Probably wondering which wealthy philanthropist had been secretly supporting their children's education. His transformation wasn't accomplished through traditional means. The primary benefactor chose to work anonymously from a private foundation, asking for no recognition and accepting no public praise. His eyes found mine across the room. Until today, my heart hammered against my ribs, but I kept my expression neutral. Emily was still looking around the room, probably trying to spot some elderly millionaire she could network with after the ceremony. The Foundation has contributed over $3.2 million to this university, Dean Morrison announced, and the room erupted in surprised whispers. His foundation has funded our scholarship programs, recruited our faculty, upgraded our facilities, and personally reviewed every significant decision that has shaped our academic excellence. Dad straightened in his chair, suddenly paying much closer attention. Emily's eyes had widened with what looked like genuine interest, probably calculating how she could leverage this information for her own benefit. Every student who
All right.
Official letterhead from Henderson Financial Services, a company she'd never heard of, but which now held her educational future in its hands. I was restocking napkin dispensers at the diner when my phone buzzed with her call. I let it go to voicemail, then listened to her increasingly frantic message while wiping down tables. Sarah, I got this letter about my loan and I don't understand. They're saying I owe $90,000 to some company, but my loans were supposed to be forgiven through the scholarship program. Can you call me back? Please. 3 more calls came in. Emily showed up at the diner on Thursday evening, looking haggard and desperate. She slid into a corner booth and waited until my section cleared out before approaching the counter. We need to talk, she said, her voice lacking its usual confidence. I continued filling salt shakers. I'm working. You can see that. Sarah, please. I'm drowning here. This debt came out of nowhere and I can't make these payments on my starting salary. I don't even understand how this happened. I finally looked up, meeting her eyes directly, the same way everything else in your life happened. Emily, someone else paid for it. Her face crumpled, and for a moment she remembered the sister I'd once protected from neighborhood bullies. I knew I said some horrible things at graduation. I was nervous and trying to be funny, and it came out wrong. I'm sorry. You're not sorry about what you said, I replied, returning to my work. You're sorry about the consequences. The truth was I'd spent weeks crafting this particular consequence. Henderson Financial Services was a subsidiary I had created specifically for this purpose, with payment terms that would ensure Emily thought of me every single month for the next 15 years. She would write my name on every check, return my calls when payment was late, and navigate the automated phone system that would always route her to my personal extension. Every financial milestone in her new career would be measured against her, and a sister she dismissed as a failure. Dad tried to intervene the following week, calling me for the first time in 2 years. Sarah, honey, I think there's been some mistake with Emily's loans. Can you look into it through your connections? His careful tone told me he still didn't fully grasp the extent of my involvement. To him, I was still the waitress who somehow stumbled into a position of minor influence. It's not a mistake, Dad, I said, watching the lunch rush through the diner's front window. Emily received exactly what she earned. But $90,000, that's her entire starting salary. Then she'll need to budget carefully. The family barbecue that 4th of July was unlike any we'd had in decades. We arrived late and spoke when we went directly addressed. Dad spent most of the afternoon making small talk, clearly unsure how to navigate this new dynamic where his failure daughter, regards, Uncle Frank, who'd driven in from Phoenix, kept shooting me curious glances. So this foundation thing, he finally said over burgers, that's really something special you built there. Emily stared at her plate, probably calculating how many of these monthly gatherings she'd have to endure while making payments to me. It started small, I said, passing the potato salad. Just wanted to help students who might not otherwise have opportunities. Well, it's incredible what you've
All right. I think I need a pick and or a shovel while I'm down there, because there's that wall. I don't know. I don't know what's up with it, but like.
Do you know the real story behind Cousin It? They say his name is It, but that's not a name. It's a label. Most know Cousin It as the peculiar, chattering mass of hair from the Addams clan. A family odd even by Gothic standards. What the public forgets,
Hello, my friend. It is good to see.
is that it wasn't all. He was assembled.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
In asylum, a fringe geneticist named Dr. Gruber conducted illegal experiments. He believed consciousness could be stored in hair, that it held memory, emotion, even identity. After years of harvesting from orcs and asylum patients, he wove the strands together, forming a being stitched from sorrow, madness, and static.
You?
The result? A living mass of hair with an unstable mind, and a voice only the damned can understand. The government buried the project.
Thank you. Please, return soon. It's all...
Desperate for family. Decades later, he appeared at the Addams' doorstep. They didn't question where he came from. They never do. Now he lives among them. Charming. Fast-talking. But listen closely. His speech isn't gibberish. It's backwards Latin. And on quiet nights, the walls near his room hum static.
I'm 32, and I used to believe that family, no matter how flawed, would eventually come around. That deep down, they cared. Maybe they just didn't know how to show it. That belief used to be my anchor. But on my birthday this year, it finally sank for good. It started that morning. I wasn't expecting fireworks or a grand gesture, not even a gift, but a text, maybe a call, something to say, hey, we're thinking of you. Just something small to hold on to. Instead, I got a voicemail. My phone buzzed as I was being
I'm looking for the gray fox. What can you tell me?
Not a goddamn thing, because I really don't know a damn thing. Most of what I know, quote unquote, rumors and speculation. Pokeballs in chat. Oh shit, I forgot to. God damn it.
I haven't arrested the Grey Fox.
Scheduled to go toward a vacation rental in Maui in Mason's name. I stared at that screen for a long time. I wasn't angry. I was hollow. Like all the anger had already gone out. And now there was just ash. Quiet, weightless ash. I clicked transfer, emptied the entire account into my private one. Then I called the bank and had the joint account closed. Permanently. No hesitation. No warning. Then I remembered the car. A year ago, when her old Toyota broke down, I'd given her the spare car I'd inherited from my uncle, a dusty but solid Honda Accord, still in my name because I never got around to the DMV paperwork. She promised to transfer it eventually, said it was just paperwork. Classic old. I grabbed the title from my filing cabinet, called a buyer I knew from Craigslist. He picked it up that evening,
No
I
sign
have
of the
an
Grey
arrest
Fox
warrant for the
sign.
Grey Fox.
Redoing the kitchen. Don't worry, we'll let you know when it's done. Let me know. So I went into my files, pulled out the lease agreement I drafted but never sent. My lawyer friend printed it, slid it into an envelope with a little note. I didn't text her, didn't warn her, didn't explain. I just gave her what she gave me. Silence. And as I walked away from that house, watching the morning sun rise over the familiar cracked driveway I used to skateboard on as a kid, I felt like a ship. Not gaslighting, guilt tripping, wrath, confusion. Jordan, what is this? Why would you do this to us? After all, as if I was the one throwing the knife, not just removing it from my back. Instead, I kept my phone on silent, logged out of social media, and focused on packing for the weekend trip I'd booked for myself. Nothing fancy, just a quiet Airbnb upstate, surrounded by woods, where I could sit with my thoughts and maybe figure out who I was without the constant weight of being the reliable one. But they didn't wait long. By 10 a.m., I had 6 missed calls from Mason, 5 from mom, on a different number, and 2 from no caller ID, which I was almost certain was her using a work phone. I didn't pick up any of them. I made coffee, checked my email, fed my cat, and read a book. I never felt more in control. Around noon, I got a knock on my apartment door. I wasn't expecting anyone. I live in a quiet building with an even quieter hallway. When I opened the door, there stood Mason, shirt half wrinkled, jaw tight, pacing like his face turned crimson. You're being careful, uninterrupted. Finish that sentence, and I closed this door. He took a breath, like he was trying to decide. Us, he hissed. You're just mad because Mom didn't call you. No, Mason. I'm mad because you and Mom treat me like an ATM with a heartbeat. He blinked. I don't think he was used to me pushing back. For years, I played the quiet, dependable brother, the fixer, the cleaner-upper. He was seeing someone new now, someone who didn't ask for permission to draw the line. Then came the real kicker. He actually said she didn't mean that message. She was just venting. It was a joke. My laugh caught him off guard. So was the eviction notice, I said. Hope she finds it funny when the sheriff shows up in 30 days. Mason stepped forward, but I raised a hand. Reacting. You'll regret this. And stormed back toward the elevator. I watched him go, heart racing, but steady. That afternoon, I got a string of texts. First from Mason. You just destroyed this family. Don't think we'll forget this. Hope your precious cat keeps you warm, cool, and alone. Then came busy celebrating real family. You could have heard a pin drop. She didn't forget to call. She chose not to. So yeah, I caused a hearing. I sued the caller. I issued a formal eviction notice for a house that legally belongs to me. Because I finally understood something. I turned toward Mason. Love doesn't mean letting people drain you dry. It doesn't mean being the quiet one who pays for everyone else's mistakes, just so they'll tolerate your presence. Boundaries. And if being the bad guy is the only way to make those boundaries stick, then fine, I'll be the villain. For a long time, no one said anything. Then, a voice, Mr. Kindle, low and tired. Good for you, son. Another voice followed. Should have cut them off years ago. Even a few claps. Nothing loud, nothing dramatic. Just small affirmations from people who'd apparently been watching from the sidelines longer than I realized. Mason stormed out a moment later, muttering curses under his breath. A few people followed. Most stayed. My mom didn't come to the fundraiser at all. I found out later she'd been waiting outside in the car. I think, deep down, she knew exactly what was coming, and she didn't have the energy to face it. And Deb met me outside afterward and pulled me into a hug that lasted longer than it probably should have. You okay? She asked. I don't know, I admit it, but I think I will be. In the weeks that followed, things got quieter. Mason stopped trying to contact me after his smear campaign fizzled out. Turns out when your reputation is built entirely on charm and manipulation, it doesn't hold up too well under facts. His friends, the ones he bragged about living with, kicked him out after a week. I heard through the grapevine he was couch hopping and trying to start a podcast. Classic Mason. As for Mom, she tried reaching out again. This time, without the usual guilt. Just quiet, hesitant texts like, thinking of you. Hope you're doing okay. I'm sorry. I didn't want her, but I didn't respond either. Not at first. I needed space. And in that space, something unexpected happened. I got better. The knot in my chest that had been there since I was 17 started to loosen. I stopped waking up dreading my notifications. I redecorated my apartment, got rid of the beige furniture I had always chosen to blend in, bought a bright yellow couch, hung up art I actually liked, started cooking again, joined a local hiking group, met people who didn't expect anything from me except presence. Eventually, I did write her back. Just one message. I forgive you, but I'm not ready to be close. Maybe someday. I replied, that's fair. I'll wait. And that was that. The house was cleaned out, repainted, and listed. It's sold to a young couple with a toddler and a rescue dog. I met them once during the walkthrough and gave them my number in case they had questions about the neighborhood. They invited me to the housewarming party. I politely declined. I didn't need to go back. I'd spent so long trying to be part of a family that only valued what I gave them. I forgot that I didn't have to earn love to deserve it. Now, I have my peace. I have my boundaries. And for the first time in my life, I have a future that's mine. So no, I didn't burn the bridge. I just lit a path away from it. And honestly, it's warm over here.
Oh, shit. Okay, we're gonna take a minute, just kind of stand right here, let Magica regenerate. I say this much. I am already much further through this than I had been previously.
Licensed to the company shall immediately and irrevocably revert to the employee's sole ownership. When I finished, there was nothing but silence on the line. Then I heard him exhale, slow, deliberate. They're about to regret this. It wasn't the words themselves, it was the way he said them. Measured, certain. The same tone he used years ago when he told me we had a watertight case against a competitor who tried to rip off my design. Back then, it was about protecting my work. Now, it was about owning their lifeblood. Send me a copy tonight, he said. Don't talk to anyone there. Don't post about it. Let them think you're gone. I'll start the paperwork. I agreed, and when the call ended, I just sat there in the driver's seat for a long moment, watching the world move on around me. People carrying takeout bags. A guy yelling into a Bluetooth headset. A teenager balancing a coffee on a skateboard. They had no idea that a mile away, I was congratulating myself for saving $200 on my last paycheck. They just said keep the Kingdom for a discount. I slipped the card towards him and sat down on the seat beside me. It felt heavy. Felt like they were leverage. The kind that could crack a mold. This wasn't about choice. This was about ownership. They were already thinking about exactly how much it was going to cost them. By the time I got home, my lawyer had already emailed me a secure link to upload some I sat in my kitchen and drank a mug of coffee. Every page went into the scanner, my original signature. The founder's neat, slanted handwriting. That one single paragraph sitting quietly in the middle of page 6 like an unexploded mine. 15 minutes later, the files were gone from my desktop, transferred to his encrypted archive. He called not long after. It's clean, he said. Everything's enforceable. We'll let the vendor activate automatically on the date. Don't contact anybody. Don't hint at anything. Let them think they've won. The quieter you are, the deeper they'll sink before they see the trap. Was exactly the kind of advice I wanted to hear. I didn't need theatrics. I needed timing. The days that followed felt like watching a slow-motion car wreck, except I wasn't in the car anymore. The company's LinkedIn lit up with a polished post about successful cost-cutting measures and streamlining for future growth. The nephew's smiling face was front and center, quoted about making the hard decisions that keep us competitive. If he'd had the self-awareness of a potato, he might have noticed that cutting loose wasn't going to save the ship. It was going to screw the engine out mid-ocean. But he didn't. He doubled down. I heard from a friend in accounting, one of the few still brave enough to text me, that he'd been spotted at a local bar, holding court like a war hero back from the front lines. He was bragging about slashing dead weight and freeing up cash for innovation, whatever that meant in his world. At one point, he apparently toasted the table with a whiskey glass and said, "Some people are replaceable. You just have to be the one willing to do it." Every word out of his mouth was digging in deeper. Not just with me, but with anyone who might eventually sit across from him in a
Huh.
boardroom when this all came
All right. Well, that's informative.
I didn't need to defend myself. The beauty of a trap like this is that you let your opponent build their own walls, and then you make sure the exit is locked from your side. My lawyer worked in the background like a chess player setting up a checkmate no one else could see coming. He drafted the patent reversion filings, the licensing fee schedule, even the retroactive invoice for continued use of my designs once the clause took effect. It was all dated, numbered, and ready to drop the moment the calendar rolled over. From the outside, it probably looked like I'd vanished. No angle
I hate it when they do that. That is so annoying. Now it's a matter of figuring my way the fuck out of this goddamn shrine. Oh shit. Oh, I despise fighting those things. I actually managed to figure my way through here. Weird that I missed somehow doing that the first like 3 times I attempted this particular journey. Might be able to get through that fucking boat now. I have to come back for that Warhammer. That thing is heavy as hell.
I have an arrest warrant for the Grey Fox. Do you know him?
I have the feeling I'm going to need to keep that on me.
This is not a blue moon. Notice, blue moon made brighter. This is not a blue moon. Notice,
Alright, what's that kick my carry weight to? 460? Not bad.
Firefights and foreign battlefields, but nothing prepared me for the silence of that garage. My name is Captain Emily.
Carry on, soldier.
An officer in the United States Army. People imagine soldiers like me dream of medals, rank, or a house with a flag out front. My dream was smaller, stranger, and louder. A 1,969
Have mercy.
Stingray.
Just one coin.
Oh,
it is. I got
Europe taught me the language of machines, the way a spark plug could change a heartbeat, how oil smelled different when an engine was sick. Cars have souls, Emily, he would murmur, wiping his brow. If you listen close, they'll tell you what they need. First time, he pulls out a tarp.
Hello, it is.
The stingray red like fire under dust.
Let's do business.
That was the moment I made my vow. One day, the streetcar will be mine. Parents never believed in that vow. My mother sighed when I came home smelling of gasoline, muttering that I should care about dresses instead of dipsticks.
You drive a hard bargain.
More disappointed than angry. Always, there was Andrew.
You've made a good bit of gold.
Delicate, adored, praised for everything. I was not. Ballet shoes for him, and me. Down boots for me. A sweet 16 party for him. A slice of cake at the kitchen table for me. I loved him. But I also learned early that in this house,
Tell your friends about me.
never be enough.
Please return soon. It's all.
Grit, sacrifice, it became the family. I lacked, I worked, I served, I saved, no vacations, no luxuries, just years of hunger for one goal. The day I finally signed the papers for that Corvette Stingray, I heard my grandfather's voice as clearly as if he were alive.
I'm looking for the grey fox.
I have an arrest warrant for the Grey Fox.
I have an arrest warrant for the grey fox. Do you know where it is?
Inside my own family was about to begin. The silence of that empty garage carried me back not to Virginia, but to the desert. Afghanistan had a way of blending itself into your memory. The smell of dust and cordite, taste of sand in every bite of food. For 2 deployments, I lived in that world. Nights on the hard ground, where the sand never cooled, sprinting under a sky cut with gunfire. Months surviving on Mr. Ease, until I could no longer tell the flavors apart. While Andrew was handed a brand new Mustang, the day he graduated high school, a ribbon tied neatly.
I'm here to collect one item. Because that thing's going to be worth some money to me. But more so, it's a magic item, so I kind of like collecting this shit.
The Grey Fox is hiding nearby. What do you know about it? I'm looking for the Grey Fox. What can you tell me?
Carry on, soldier. I have an arrest.
The taxi back in Virginia turned into my parents' driveway. I wasn't thinking about NATO reports or training exercises. I was thinking of that garage door lifting to reveal red, steel, and chrome. But the door was already open, and the space was hollow. Concrete floor oil stained. Nothing else. My breath caught in my throat. Sharp and dry. The driveway blurred as I stumbled inside, my heartbeat pounding in my ears, like
Bitch, you stop shooting at my goddamn horse. Gotta pick up those alchemical ingredients. God damn it, horse, get out of the goddamn way! You are not getting to my horse, bear. Oh, there it is.
No one was being outright rude, but it was clear that I wasn't really included in the conversations. Whenever I tried to join in, the conversation would shift, and before I knew it, I was sitting there, feeling like a ghost. It didn't help that Matt, who usually plays the role of mediator, seemed to be completely absorbed in his brothers and their kids. I mean, I understand wanting to catch up with family, but it felt like I was invisible. After a while, I couldn't take it anymore and decided to step outside for a breather. As I walked out to the porch, I overheard Matt talking to his mom. She was just not fitting in. Matt said, "You know how they are. They're not exactly the warmest." I stood frozen in my tracks. His words stung, but I pushed down the pride. He was just being honest, right? It wasn't intentional, I told myself. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that this trip was going to be one long, uncomfortable week. The next day, things didn't improve. We all went out for breakfast in the house's large dining area. I walked in and was immediately hit with an awkward silence. The table was already set, and there were enough seats for everyone, except for me. The only seat left was at the far end of the table, away from everyone else. Everyone else was already seated, talking and laughing like they had been there for hours. While I stood there, unsure of where to go, I looked at Matt, but he didn't seem to notice. So, I quietly walked to the empty seat, trying my best to blend into the background. As the meal progressed, I tried to engage in conversation. "So, how's the weather looking for tomorrow?" I asked, to spark a little chat with Miss Susan, but she barely acknowledged me. "Oh, I think it'll be fine," she said, without looking up from her plate. The tension in the room was palpable, but no one seemed to mind. I just kept digging in my food, feeling bored, or like I didn't belong. Every time I attempted to make eye contact with someone, they'd either turn away or shift their focus elsewhere. It felt like a game of hot potato. Everyone passed me off without even realizing it. No one really didn't care. Matt's mom made a pointed comment. "You know, dear, it's nice to see you fitting in," she said, her tone a little too sugary to be genuine. "You'll get used to it. It's just how our family operates." I nodded, forced smile plastered on my face. "Oh, yeah, I'm sure I'll get the hang of it." But deep down, I was seething. Just how their family operates. What did that even mean? Or was I always the one left out? Later that evening, I pulled Matt aside. "Hey, can we talk for a second?" He looked at me, his brow furrowing. "Sure. What's up?" I can't help but notice. "I'm not really being included in anything," I said, my voice more irritated than I intended. "I feel like I'm invisible to your family." Matt's face softened, but he didn't seem all that concerned. "It's just how they are, Emma. You know they can be a bit distant. It's not personal, I promise. I don't care if it's personal or not, Matt. I'm your wife, and I feel like I'm being treated like an outsider." He shrugged. "That's just how they are. You'll get used to it." His nonchalant response cut deeper than anything else. "I'll get used to it," I repeated, my voice rising slightly. "This is my first family trip outside of the family, and I'm being treated like an afterthought. I don't think that's something I just have to get used to." Matt didn't respond. Instead, he gave me a vague look of sympathy, but I could tell he wasn't taking me seriously. I took a deep breath, trying to hold my frustration in check. "You know what? Fine. I'll figure it out myself." At night, as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, a thought began to form in my mind. If they were going to treat me like I didn't matter, maybe I should show them just how capable I was of having my own fun, without their approval.
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom right quick and in a hurry and go grab some coffee. I'll be back shortly. Hang tight.
When I walked into my dining room, I saw that the usual seat at the end of the table was empty. I smiled to myself. I didn't sit at the end of the table this time. Instead, I walked straight to the center, pulling out a chair and sitting right next to you. She looked up, surprised. "Emma, you're sitting here?" she asked, her voice dripping with confusion. "Yes, you know, I think I'll stay here today," I said, smiling sweetly.
All right, sorry about that. Oh shit, I forgot to get coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, now I got my coffee.
the strength and guidance of the Nine, who comes before us upon this sacred ground, seeking the purest of the Divine Crusader? Step forward, adventurer, and face us each in honorable combat. For the vows we fail to revere in life, we shall uphold death. No unworthy soul shall lay hands upon this sacred artifact without the leave of the...
So I gotta fight a bunch of damn knights. Lovely.
Sir Casimir, step forward. Impressive. You have bested Sir Casimir. Sir Ralphus. Sir Ralphus, you have fallen. Step back and let the challenge continue. Sir Hendrik, come forward and prove yourself.
Dumbass.
Overcome half of us, and yet you remain standing. Perhaps Sir Caius shall test your mettle. Sir Torolf, show the challenger the ferocity of the North.
Freddy Krueger. Now Freddy's the one having nightmares. His idea of water sports is to his mother, even when she's been dead for decades. Throughout his life, his paid for every battle. He wore a burlap sack once. And the therapist needs therapy. He's been to hell and back twice. He's trolls. You sprint. He wins. He's never been late. Just
You have stood against the Knights of the Nine.
he just exists closer every time you look.
The final test is upon you. Ready yourself, Sir Knight, and face me!
The deadliest reason to stay indoors on Friday the 13th.
In 300 years, none have stood against us. Step and claim what is yours by right. May your faith be true.
All men with feminist ideals. I'm all about being independent. I don't need anyone holding me back. Yeah. Bro, you can't even be trusted to walk on your own without a leash. People talk shit about me behind my back until they have to face basic truth. I've seen you hide from a chihuahua. I don't drink tap water. Do you guys have Fiji? Bro, do you know what's grass? Or do you only know worms? I'm aerodynamic, bro. Respect the build. Bro, I'm getting hungry just like I'm the toughest breed. People cross the street when they say me. Bro, you froze. Like that floating plastic bag was about to bug you. This is the terrifying truth behind the Teletubbies. The real story dates back to an old mental hospital in Sophia, Bulgaria. In the year 1960, in this hospital,
Good day. You completed the quest that I could not. I'm glad that my death at least served to lead you here, as I had hoped. The original Order of the Nine was founded with the intention of safekeeping the Crusaders' relics. In life, we failed at this task. In death, we seek to preserve what little we accomplished while we wait for one to come and finish what we began. One of the mightiest knights of my day. It was a great boost to the Order's prestige when he joined. Unfortunately, he and I did not see eye to eye on certain matters. He left the Order during the War of the Red Diamond and never returned. Goodbye.
We took an oath to protect the Cuirass in death. Though we went our separate ways, may your sword strike true.
We took an oath. Agreed for the... May the Nine guide your way.
Your sword. We had only the best of intent. Walk with the Nine, Sir Knight.
The Cuirass, complacency, go with virtue.
The Cure, the war. May the Nine guide your way.
We took in death. Alas, my old comrade is not among us here. We do not know why his spirit did not join us here to guard our last relic. We were estranged in life, but I had hoped that in death we could be reconciled. For my part, I now know that I am largely to blame for the ruin of the old order. Sir Amiel takes too much upon himself.
Welcome back, man.
I will say no more. Go with virtue.
Why then? May the Nine guide your way.
About 12 minutes.
Greetings, sir. In matters of faith, may your sword strike true.
Inappropriate song that you shouldn't play at a funeral.
It's alright. I'm finally getting some work done on a quest I've been wanting to get done for a while. Just, I kept getting stuck the last goddamn time, and, well, I ain't fucking stuck no more. Where's my fucking horse? There he is. I ain't ready to raid out yet.
I have an arrest warrant for the Grey Fox. Do you know where he is?
ride they were on, and it wasn't mine. I threw myself into work instead, checking branch after branch, writing report after report. At least work made sense. Numbers don't lie to you or hang up on you when you're trying to have a reasonable conversation. The next few weeks dragged by. Every night I'd lie in whatever hotel bed I was in.
Spare a coin for the infernal.
For 6 months total, but I started working like crazy to get everything done early. I wanted to get home and deal with this mess as soon as possible. I worked weekends, stayed up late writing reports, did everything I could to
They offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
2 weeks early. I was exhausted, but I didn't care. I just wanted to go home and reclaim my house from these
That's a good deal.
3 days before my flight, I sent text messages to both my mother and Jessica. The message was simple. I'm coming home in 3 days.
You drive a hard bargain.
My house by then. I saw that both of them read the messages.
You got a great deal there.
Read your text? Yeah. They both read them, but neither one responded. Not a word. That made me
You drive a hard bargain.
The flight home felt like it took forever. I kept checking my phone, hoping maybe one of them would text me back, but nothing. Complete silence.
Where did I pick that up?
I was dead tired, but also wired with nervous energy. I grabbed a taxi and told the driver my address. During the whole ride, I kept thinking about what I'd find when I got there. Maybe Robert and Linda had already moved out and my family was just too embarrassed to respond to my text.
You got a...
Maybe the house would be clean and empty waiting for me. But as we pulled up to my street, I saw cars in my driveway. My heart sank. I paid the taxi driver and walked up to my front door with my suitcase. I pulled out my house key, the same key I'd had for 3 years, and tried to put it in the lock. It didn't fit. I tried again.
Thank you for your pay. Please, return soon. It's always a pleasure.
Definitely didn't fit. The lock was completely different. For a few seconds, I just stood there in complete shock. These people had actually changed the locks to keep me out of my own home. I started knocking on the door, hard. Hey, open up. This is my house. I could see lights turning on inside, but nobody came to the door. I kept knocking and shouting. I know you're in there. Open this door right now. Finally, after about 5 minutes of me pounding on my own front door like some kind of crazy person, Linda opened it. She was wearing a bathrobe and looked annoyed, like I was bothering her. Rebecca, you're back early. Yeah, I'm back early. And I want to know why my key doesn't work in my own front door. We changed the locks for security reasons. Look, we haven't found a house yet, so we're not ready to leave. You'll have to stay somewhere else for now. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This woman was standing in my doorway, telling me that I couldn't come into my own house. Are you insane? This is my house. We'll discuss this later. It's late and we don't want to disturb the neighbors. And then she closed the door in my face at my own house. I stood there for a minute, shaking with rage. Then I called Jessica. Jessica, your mother-in-law just told me I can't come into my own house because they changed the locks. What the hell is going on? Rebecca, please don't make a scene. Come to Mom and Dad's house. We need to have a serious
Yes?
conversation about this.
You gotta...
I couldn't get into my own house, and I needed answers.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
At least she was still on my side, and drove to my parents' house. I walked in. It was like
Wait, what?
Mom, Dad, Jessica, and Mark were all sitting in the
What can I interest you in?
serious, determined looks on their faces, like they've been planning this. What's going on? I demanded. Why can't I get into my own house? Jessica stood up. Sit down, Rebecca. We had a family meeting last week and we made some decisions. Robert and Linda are going to stay in your house. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. What do you mean, stay in my house? And spend some of the
You gotta like a Good day.
So now they don't have enough money to buy a decent place here. Mark and I are going to save up and help them with the down payment, but that's going to take time. How much time? Mark spoke up for the first time. We need to save about $100,000. $100,000. I almost choked. And where am I supposed to live while you're saving up this money? Jessica sat back down and looked at me like I was being unreasonable.
See anything?
For now, it's not that big a deal. I looked at my parents.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
This was my house and I had every right to live in it. Instead, Dad nodded. It's a good solution, Rebecca. It helps the family.
Come back and see. Farewell. May the road...
They were all in on this. My whole family had gotten together and decided to give away my house without even asking me. They'd had a meeting, a family
be happy to... May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
I just turned around and walked out of their house, shaking with anger. They thought they'd won. They thought they'd convince me to just roll over and let these people steal my house while I paid rent somewhere else. I drove back to my house in a complete rage. The nerve of these people. My own family had basically sold me out. And now I was supposed to just accept that strangers were living in my house while I
Be
paid
seeing
rent
you.
somewhere else like some kind of homeless person.
Well met.
Back to my street. I went straight to Mrs. Patterson's house to get my suit.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
She said when she opened the door,
Goodbye.
"Into your house." They changed the locks, I told her. And my family thinks I should just rent an apartment while these people live in my house indefinitely. Mrs. Patterson's eyes went wide. That's terrible. You can't let them get away with that. I don't plan to, but right now I need somewhere to sleep. Do you know any hotels nearby? Nonsense. You're staying here tonight. Another guest in the bed table.
Had something of a false alarm earlier. Some Khajiit.
One person was on my side in this mess. Mrs. Patterson made me some tea and we sat in her kitchen while I told her everything that had happened. About the parties, about my family hanging up on me, about the family meeting where they decided to give away my house. I went to bed that night knowing exactly what I was going to do in the morning. I woke up early, around 7
Hello.
I still had 2 weeks of vacation time left since I'd finished the Europe work.
Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
The first thing I did was call the police. I need to report squatters in my house, I told the dispatcher. People are living in my house without permission. They changed the locks, and they're refusing to leave. We'll send someone over. What's your address? I gave them my address, and within 30 minutes, 2 police officers showed up. I met them outside my house. You're the homeowner? One of them asked. Yes.
A fine.
Staying here temporarily.
A bargain at...
Locks and are refusing to let me in. The officers walked up to my front door and knocked. It took a few minutes, but eventually Robert answered. He looked nervous when he saw the cops. Is there a problem, officers? We understand there's a dispute about this residence. Can we come in and talk? Robert let them in, and Linda appeared a minute later. They immediately started talking about how I had given them permission to stay there, how they were family, all that garbage. But then I showed the police the locks. These are different from the locks that were here when I left. They changed them without my knowledge and refused to let me in last night. One of the officers examined the locks, then looked back at Robert and Linda. Is this true?
Thank you for your business. You too.
Yes, but for security reasons, Linda said. Ma'am, this is her house. You can't change the locks on someone else's property without permission. And you can't refuse to let the homeowner into their own house. But we don't have anywhere else to go, Robert protested. That's not our problem, the second officer said. You're acting illegally here. If you don't leave
What?
voluntarily, you could be arrested.
Did you hear that someone broke into...
Linda looked at me with pure hatred. I could see Linda pulling out her phone, probably calling my sister or my mother.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
You need to be out today. If we get another call about this, you'll be arrested. Sure enough, about 5 minutes after the police left, my phone started.
Pleasure doing...
It was Jessica, but I didn't answer. Let her leave a voicemail. I finally went into my own house for the first time in months, and I was curious at what I saw. They had completely rearranged everything. The living room was painted a different color, some ugly beige that I hated. All my furniture was moved around. They had hung their own family photos on my walls. There were stains on my carpet that definitely weren't there before. What the hell is this? I said to Linda, who was standing there watching me. It's just paint and some pictures. If you don't put everything back the way it was immediately...
A bargain at any price.
...to demand compensation for illegal renovations. That got their attention. They looked at each other nervously. We'll change it back, Robert said quickly. You better, and you better do it fast. They started packing their stuff and taking down their photos. I watched them like a hawk, making sure they didn't damage anything else or try to steal something. About an hour later, I heard loud voices outside. Then my front door burst open and in came my parents, Jessica and Mark. They all looked furious. Rebecca, what have you done? Mom yelled. You called the police on Robert and Linda?
Thank you.
My house illegally.
Take care.
Their family?
Yes?
You're being selfish and you're ruining my relationship with my in-laws. If you care so much about your
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
Ooh, bound bow. Not bad. Wait, Beast of Burden?
You're being horrible. They spent their money and now they need help. They spent their money on parties and travel and shopping. That's not my problem. They're going to think I come from a family of selfish people. Maybe you do. Jessica looked like she was going to cry or hit me. I couldn't tell which. I picked up my phone and held it up. You all have exactly 1 hour to get out of my house, or I'm calling the police again. We all stood there glaring at each other for a minute. Then Robert and Linda came downstairs with their suitcases. We're ready, Robert said quietly.
Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
Oh, you've got a Daedra heart. I need one of those.
An excellent deal.
Yes, it is. My parents and Jessica and Mark left right after them, without saying another word to me. I watched them all drive away from my living room window. Then I locked the door behind them, and finally, for the first time in months, I was alone in my own house.
A fine bargain for you.
All the locks changed to new ones. Then I called a cleaning company to come deal with whatever damage these people had done to my house. For the next few days, I just enjoyed being home. I slept in my own bed, cooked in my own kitchen, watched TV on my own couch.
You drive a hard bargain.
I went back to work after my vacation ended, and life started feeling normal again.
Come back and see. Goodbye.
Which was fine by me. I figured they were all mad and eventually they'd get over it. Or maybe they wouldn't. Either way, I had my house back and that's what mattered. For about 2 months, things were quiet. I worked. I hung out with friends. I did normal people stuff. Mrs. Patterson and I became even better friends after everything that happened. She'd invite me over for dinner sometimes and we'd laugh about how ridiculous my family had been. I still can't believe they thought you'd just accept that, she said one evening over coffee. I can't believe it either, but it's over now. I really thought it was over. I should have known better. 2 months after I kicked them out, my phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was low.
The Grey Fox. Do you know where I'm looking for the Grey Fox? Tell me.
actually respect me. I don't have to deal with people who think I exist just to solve their problems or bankroll their bad decisions. I learned that blood doesn't make someone family. Respect and loyalty make someone family. And my biological family had neither.
This guy's gonna kill us! No, he won't. You bruise, but you don't kill. You've made your point. Bruce Wayne. The hell is Bruce Wayne? You think it's alien? Well, it's not Kryptonian. Hey, what happened? You're not fighting? This guy's gonna kill us!
Appreciate it, Haste.
You've made your point. Bruce Wayne. The hell is Bruce Wayne? Speaking on that whole idea that your parts get riskier as you get older, there does come a time and a point in your life when you reach that magical middle-age milestone where my stepsister stole my husband, the so-called CEO of $1 billion furniture empire. At the final settlement, she tossed me $100 and sneered, "Book a cab to your parents' place. Goodbye." My lawyer burst out laughing because the real CEO was, "My name's Rachel, and I'm 37, living in the heart of Atlanta, Georgia, where the city hums with ambition and opportunity. I share a sleek, company-owned condo with my husband, Lucas, in a high-rise overlooking the skyline. We both work for Crooks Construction, a powerhouse run by my father-in-law that pulls in."
All right, now that I have some decent shit, I might actually be able to do that boat thing before I make any attempts on that.
I watched my single mom juggle 2 jobs, white dressing by day, cleaning offices by night, to keep us afloat in a cramped apartment in Macon. She taught me to be sharp, to make decisions fast, and to never back down from a challenge. To navigate budgets and investments like a chess game. I loved the thrill of it. The way numbers told a story. That lesson. I thought my story might shift to something softer. Life as a homemaker, building a family. That dream faded fast. Lucas is the opposite of me in so many ways. He's got this gentle charm, the kind that makes me but there's a fragility to him. Raised in privilege, with a silver spoon and a trust fund. He never had to fight.
I kind of want to get the rest of the fucking Crusader gear.
But he's never had the stomach for it. One evening, sprawled on our couch watching some mindless reality show, he admitted it himself. "I'm not cut out to be CEO, Rachel," he said, his voice soft. It's easier that way. I remember staring at him, my heart sinking. And move. My mom used to say I was born with a calculator in one hand and a plan in the other. When I married Lucas, I planned to leave my banking job and focus on us. Maybe start a family. But my father-in-law had other ideas. Not long after our wedding, he called me into his office, a wood-paneled room filled with blueprints and awards. Rachel,
Questions? Go ahead. I don't think so.
this company needs someone like you. You've
What?
got for numbers and a spine to
They say that he's seeing you.
picturing the quiet life I'd imagined, but the challenge in his voice helped me. I was just another employee learning the ropes of construction, timelines, contracts, labor costs. But my father-in-law saw something in me. A few months in, he started inviting me to board meetings, asking my take on deals or budgets. The board, a group of gray-haired men used to running the show, raised eyebrows at the founder's daughter-in-law sitting at the table. I could feel their skepticism, thespians, even marketing campaigns. I'd walk into those meetings with a stack of notes and a plan.
Who will help?
Like I was finally doing what I was meant to. Growing up, I'd watch my mom scrape by, and now I was leading a company that employed thousands, people with families who counted on us. That responsibility drove me, kept me up at night sketching out ways to make the business stronger. Lucas, though, was a ghost. He'd
Hello.
show up at the office some
Both
mornings, old press shirts and easy smiles. But by lunch, he was gone.
What?
I'd find him at home, playing video games or napping, as if the company his dad built was just a hobby. I'd try talking to him, hoping he'd step up, especially after his father stepped down.
That's a fair deal.
This is your legacy, I'd say, my voice sharp with frustration. Don't you want to be part of it? He'd shrug, that same maddening shrug, and mutter, "You're doing fine without me." It stung not just because he was opting out, but because it felt like he was opting out of us, too. Our conversations dwindled to small talk. Weather, groceries,
Come back.
nothing real.
Please, return soon. It's always
Condo, wondering how we drifted so far apart. Then my stepsister, Camilla, blew into our lives like a storm. Camilla's 3 years older, all charisma and sharp edges. We grew up under the same roof after my mom married her stepdad, a gruff man who never stuck around long. Camilla learned early to charm her way through life, always chasing something bigger. Fancy clothes, rich boyfriends, a life that screamed success. Her marriage to a hotshot lawyer ended in flames when she cheated. A scandal that had her ex storming into our parents' house, yelling about betrayal. I was swamped with work, so Lucas went to calm it down. He's good at that, diffusing tension with his quiet, steady vibe. Camilla was all praise afterward, calling me to gush. "Your husband's amazing. Rachel, handle that guy like it was nothing." I brushed it off, too buried in spreadsheets to think much of it. But Camilla saw Lucas differently after that. To her, he wasn't just my laid-back husband. He was the heir to Brooks Construction, a golden ticket. She didn't know he was barely
Oh, come on. Don't fuck up.
Camilla's always been drawn to wealth. Her ex's high salary wasn't enough to keep her loyal, but it was why she married him. Now, freshly divorced and drowning in alimony payments, she was on the hunt again. I didn't see it coming. I was too caught up in politics and her own objections to notice the way she started whispering around Lucas, laughing too loud at his jokes, texting me without catching up. By evening, I was clearly exhausted. My head spinning from negotiating a new contract. Lucas was waiting in the living room, his usual easy grin gone.
God damn it. Alright. Well, after this raid, I'm gonna fix this fucking problem. The second time it's done it in the last week. But be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun, stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you're from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, because we really appreciate it. It does make our day. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because we could do this job without them, but honestly, what would be the fucking point? And it wouldn't be any fun. All right, we're going to raid out to Grim Atronak. So make sure you show Grim Atronak some love and appreciation. Playing Oblivion Remastered. And I'll be back on Tuesday with more of this. So, this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck out. See ya.